Hello. Got a lot today. I forgot about this too. So, today is going to be a little bit of a housekeeping day or something. I don't know. We'll see. Got a lot on the plate. I'm going to get to a couple of things. We'll see. We got some updates though. So, as you can see, I have a pile of nice nanos. Hooray, they are finally back in stock. If you didn't get any, I'm sorry. I took all of them. You know, there'll be another round, I'm sure. Last I knew, Board Source still had some. Oh, and let me change the title here. So I also got some of these little single switch PCBs, which I've got more of them. This is just one of the plates. But the nice thing about these is they're hot swap socket. They've got an embedded diode pad. And if you like the spacing the way that it is, you can just break off a column or a row because they're already wired between the columns and rows. Or you can break them all apart individually and then wire the columns and rows separately. They've got pads on there. So you don't have to like completely hand wire everything. And you've got hot swap sockets if you want, all that stuff. They are not amoebas. These are PC babies. The amoebas don't have hot swap, as far as I know. Yeah, these nails, I love them. They're gels. They're actually lasting, so that's nice. They're not getting scraped off as easily. But the nice thing about these is, so what I want to do with these is I want to maybe not first. I want to do two things. I want to build at least 2 hand wire keyboards. One of them is going to be of my own design, but the idea is that the hand wire part I can easily pull out of a 3D printed plate and put it into a different 3D printed plate. That way I can test things like angle between the hands and where the fingers are located and all of that stuff. Even splay angle on the finger columns themselves. So I can do some rapid prototyping while I'm designing the new keyboard that I'm going to design. Don't know yet what I'm going to call it, but we'll see. It is going to be a unibody split. It takes a lot of cues from Zaphod and Ahocore and Reviung and just everything. I kind of wanted to call it the fork because it's a little bit of every keyboard I've ever used. But who knows? We'll see. So I got some of those. I also want to build a... last week I built the TBK Mini. I want to build a a skeletal mini, which is basically a five-row version of the TBK Mini. One, because surprise, but announcement, I have a 3D printer now. It just arrived like an hour ago. It's still in the box. I'm not going to open it today. I'm not going to try to put it together today. I want to try to do all of that on stream, which may be really hard because that is getting set up nowhere near my streaming setup. I mean, it's near my streaming setup, but like, it's not, I can easily just repoint my lights and all this stuff. Like, it's going to be a process to make it happen, but what I think is going to happen is I'm going to put a couple of lights, just point at it, and then use my phone, like have a fixed shot from this camera, kind of pointed that direction, and then have my phone on a tripod that I can use as a mobile camera or something to get a closer up shot. We'll see. But I want to play around with that. My dad is coming next week for a week, so it's going to be a little bit before I get to the 3D printer because I want to try to get a setup for filming it, for streaming it. And also then he's coming, so I need to prepare for him coming, and he's going to be here for a week, so I'm not going to be streaming while he's here unless he's sleeping or something, but he's an early rise kind of person, so I have a feeling I'm not going to be doing a lot of streaming. Plus, I think we're going to go out to the coast. I don't know. Doesn't matter. But one of the things I'm going to do with that 3D printer is I'm going to print the skeletal case. Now, this board came with PCBs. And if you saw my streams last week, you saw that I needed several bananas to put this thing together. And I like the idea, but I don't think the PCBs are what I want. I think that made it in many ways harder to do, just because of trying to flex it in and hold things and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. So I'm going to build a skeletal with the PC babies. These don't have RGB support. There are similar things that have RGB support. I didn't get those because I think you have to get those printed up yourself. Like, I can't just buy them, whereas I could just buy these from Board Source and they're here in a couple days. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do my own hand-wired thing until I get the layout I want nailed down, and then design a PCB, get it printed, maybe do a group buy if people want it, or just, like, hey, I bought 10, you can have one. So we'll see. And also, hopefully today, we'll get around to maybe fixing this, because I'd like to have this fully done. I don't remember what else I was going to say. Oh, I guess I have just a bunch of stuff kind of on the docket. I got this Gergo and this Faunchpad a long time ago, like 6-8 months ago maybe. Put it together, didn't work. I don't know why. Can't figure it out. I've done a fair amount of troubleshooting to figure out why they don't work. I don't know. So I'd like to at least get the Faunchpad working today, if possible, because I remembered that the Faunchpad has 8 keys, which makes it perfect for ARTSEY. And I want to try out ARTSEY, and I have an ARTSEY board already here. All I have to do is figure out why it doesn't work, so I'm going to try to fix that. I think that'll be second up today. I also have this 2% milk that some of you might remember I was talking about, like, one of these days I'm going to make a mistake. I'm going to put the controller in upside down or something. Well, I didn't put it in upside down, but I did rotate it 180 degrees from where it should be. So this needs to be resoldered, desoldered, resoldered. More than likely what I'm going to do is just, like, brutally clip all of these diode, or all these header pins, and then flip it around, and maybe just throw this out because I have tons of Pro Micros. We'll see. Probably not going to get to that today because I have a feeling this and this will take a lot of my time. Last week earlier this week, I did this keyboard, and a couple things. One, I forgot to solder these thumbs. When I was trying to take this cap off earlier, I was like, why did the switch come out? Oh, because it's not soldered. So I need to fix that. But also, it doesn't work. I can flash it. I have it now, so I can flash the firmware. I even have the LEDs. They light up green. None of the key presses work. And I have a strong suspicion all of the diodes are in backward, but I haven't really typed on it to try to figure it out. So I'd like to figure that out at some point. That might happen today. But one thing that is definitely going to happen today is I'm going to put my case onto my Zaphod, which involves heatset inserts, and then slap it on there and put some screws in. It should be pretty quick, but I just want to, get that done. Oh, and I also wanted to put foam in here inside the case, because these clickies, that amplifies them a little bit. I wouldn't mind some sound dampening material in there. I don't remember where my foam is though, so I might have to do that in the second half after Frustration Banana kicks in. Because I think that's upstairs, so I'll have to run up and grab that. What else? Oh, and one more thing. So Zaphod has this awesome display here, which it's amazing how little power this takes. I've been using this keyboard since I got it as my daily driver. It's awesome. But the awesome thing is I've been using it since I got it, and that was 3-4 weeks ago at this point. Other than when I've reprogrammed it, which I've tried to make very quick, plug it in, flash it, unplug it, because I wanted to test the battery life. I haven't charged this since I got it. And it's like a 120 milliamp hour battery. It's not really that big of a battery. And it's still going. And if iOS is to be believed, it's about 85% charged still after weeks, and that is with the display on most of the time, because I just leave this keyboard on. Like, it'll disconnect itself, like it goes into low power saving mode because I have to wake the keyboard up and then it'll reconnect to my iPad and stuff. Like, I don't have to manually do anything other than mash the keys and wait for a minute. But other than that, the display is on, like, it's fully usable as a keyboard, and it's barely touching the power. Like, this thing it's really impressive. But one thing I've thought would be really cool to have here is, instead of a display, or maybe in addition to a display, have a touchpad. So I bought some touchpads. I don't remember what these are. Oh, they're Cirque touchpads. I keep wanting to call them Croaks, like Croque Madame. But they're Cirque touchpads. And this one is one of the bigger round ones, or might be the biggest round one, and it fits perfectly where this display goes. So I'm gonna try to make this work with ZMK. I have no idea how I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna give it a college try. So I'm gonna try to do some streaming of me flailing around with that at some point. Gonna have a breadboard with a nice nano plugged into it and a computer attached, and I can flash it and do all that fun stuff. It'll be interesting. I'm gonna try to make a little bit of headway and not just go in completely cold, because like, that wouldn't be fun to watch me go like, okay, how do I even build ZMK? Or maybe it would, I don't know, but we'll see. So that's coming at some point. I'm gonna start streaming that. And it's less about I want to replace the Zaphod display with this. It'd be nice to have like a module that people could build if they wanted to. But this is more for like my future board. I would put this on my future board, because I really do like the display on the Zaphod, but really all I want out of it is maybe a battery level indicator and what Bluetooth profile it's connected to. Everything else I could do without. So I could do both of those things with a couple of LEDs. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But that's that. So, yeah. That's some housekeeping there. I think I'm going to get started with this. So, this is the Faunchpad. Oh, and I guess I have one more thing. Sorry. So, one more thing I might get to today is, when I first started building keyboards, this is the second Kyria that I built. I think I put this LED on, rotated the wrong direction. And while I was trying to remove it, I lifted all 4 of the pads. And since this is RGB1, none of the LEDs on this board work. So I was like, well, that's fun. And this has been in my spares box since. It's otherwise a fully functioning keyboard. I've literally typed on this a fair amount, because there was a time when I was testing out different switches for this and I was just typing on this board without the LEDs. But I've always been like, okay, one of these days I'm gonna get bored, or I'm gonna figure out like, hey, I want to do that, whatever. I wanted to keep it. Also, it's just a spare. It's good to have a tester keyboard that I could literally just throw in a controller and have a functioning keyboard. So I've kept the board. And I might, if I have time today, maybe. I don't think I'm going to have time for 90% of this, but this is one of my unfinished project things that I wouldn't mind getting on. And this is this other half, which is, this one works just fine. This one, bad LED. Otherwise, works just fine. Even has encoders. So, anyways. Go ahead and get started on this. Now, I haven't turned this thing on in months, so I'm gonna just try to see, because who knows, maybe it's gonna work right out of the box. First try, and I won't have to do anything else. Okay, so the hard part about this keyboard is finding a damn cable that works with it. Because it's a mini USB. I think I have 2 of those. Well, so far off to a wonderful start. This is why I am happy that Apple stopped putting lightning cables in their boxes, because this is but a small portion of the lightning cables that I have. It's got to be 20 or more. And I have a handful of USB, mini USB or micro USB cables. I can't find my USB mini cable, but I know I have one. It's probably upstairs. So I'm gonna run upstairs and grab it real quick, or hopefully grab it real quick. Otherwise, I have an adapter somewhere, but I don't know where it is either. Ugh. I'm super unprepared today. I apologize. We will punt on this and move on if I can't find the cable, but I really would like to get this working today. But I'm also gonna look for the other thing that I was looking for, if I can remember it. Oh, the Zaphod, the foam. Okay, I'll be right back. Stay tuned. Okay, that took way longer than I was expecting, but I found my foam. 2 different kinds, at least. One of them will work. I grabbed my bag of Pro Micros, and I found not 1, but 2 mini USB cables. So I now have both of my mini USB cables in a known location. And yet another lightning cable, because why not? Okay, so let me plug my mini in. Oh, and a micro USB. So many cables. Alright, so it's plugged in. And obviously it doesn't type at all, but does QMK Toolbox show it? No, but that's fine, because I haven't reset it yet. Hit the reset button here. Nothing. So yeah, I don't know what's wrong with this, but we're gonna bust out all of our tricks. Hello, Purse. Welcome onto your anonymous account. Oh yeah, no, I feel you. Let's see, microscope. Maybe. I haven't looked at this in a long time, so it could be all sorts of screwed up. Okay, that's on now. I got someone to do it. There's definitely no way I did these myself. Let me bust a cap. I have my tools organized now. Of course, I still can't find anything. You may be horrified to find out these are indeed chalk browns. I think I was horrified to find those out too. Okay, let's see. Okay, can I get this to focus? There we go. It's looking better. So these are the pads. Okay. It's a little messy, but I don't see any bridges there. I might reflow that one right on the corner just to see. And maybe the fourth one in there, the third and fourth one, because they're kind of close. Oh, what do we got going on here? I think that's just mess. I don't think that's an actual bridge. But it might... Like, because when I first did this, I know I used solder paste. So it's entirely possible that I just need to clean that up a little bit. Maybe it's making a connection. And then we've got some more here. And I think that's supposed to be connected, but we'll fix that. Okay, so we've identified a couple of things that maybe I want to change up. Actually, before I mess with the controller more, I'm going to look at the rest of the pads. Yeah, give me a sec, I'll link to it. There looks like I could use some cleanup in here. Ooh, yeah. I think that's just solder paste left over, but that might be conducting some electricity, who knows. We got a capacitor over here. And then the rest are just inconsequential. These are just diet. Well, I guess there are a couple of resistors here. And those are breakout pads for add-ons or whatever. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, give me a sec, I'll link to the microscope. I will say I'm not the biggest fan of this one. I think it's a little more powerful than I want. And that makes it, because I can't hold it very far away from the board without, like, it's got too narrow a depth of field, I think, and too much zoom. So it's just a kind of a combination of things. No, I said to... This board was made by Germ, or Jane, gboards.ca. Jane is all about the mini USB. And I want to say she's got a compelling reason for it, but it still sucks. The astute of you might notice that I changed my soldering iron tip. I am now using a kind of a chisel tip a little bit. It's a flatter blade, and that's because I think it's probably easier to do this fine edge work with. Because I really want just the very tip of this on the board. Yeah, I think she's okay. I sent her a message yesterday or the day before. You know, I lost two very dear people in my life recently, so I was like, hey, you know, I'm with you. Okay, so now to remember which things I wanted to change. This might suck, so let me know if it sucks, but I'm going to leave the microscope cam on. So that when I go to re-inspect the joints, y'all can see it. But like I said, it might suck. because most of the time it's going to be this blurry, nasty thing taking up so much space. So let me know if it does, and I can toggle it back and forth. Alright, we're gonna just take a little bit of this flux, or a little bit of this solder off. And since I want a little more precision, what watermark? Oh yeah, no, that's been gone. Because I had that in Streamlabs OBS, and I had to switch back to regular OBS. Okay. I kind of want to find some solder wick that has the flux already on it. Because I feel like I always put some on. Now, I don't want to do much. I'm not trying to take the solder off. I'm just trying to take a little bit off. I just want to make sure that's not, like, inappropriately bridged. And you know what? I'm going to take the switch off, too. Just to give myself a little more room to work with. Now, Kaz, I know what you're going to tell me. Hold the wire, not the reel. But in this case, that shit gets hot. Oops.
Uno, dos, tres. Vamos.
Sometimes more solder helps to desolder. So I'm gonna put a little more on here. There we go. All right, now let's take a look at the joints here. Okay, I think that's supposed to be connected. I'm gonna do something y'all can't do or can't see. I'm holding this up to the light, as you can see through the PCB a little bit. Let me check something here. Yeah, those two aren't connected. So those two vias are supposed to be connected to the pads they're connected to. So that's good. Alright, so I'm gonna go now to this side. I'm gonna get 1, 3, and 4 from the left there. Just suck up a little bit of the solder. See what this looks like. Whoops. Man, this is really hard to do. I'm looking at the display over here to see. I'm just kind of trying to scrape up anything that's between these. But I'm not looking at the tool, I'm looking at the display from the microscope. I see 3 and 4 still have quite a bit of solder. Okay. Yeah, when I got this microscope, it was like, okay, I want a loop that I can put on the stream so that when I'm troubleshooting stuff like this, y'all are looking at what I'm looking at. Not just so people can backseat drive if they want, but also so people can see what I'm looking for, and I can point at stuff. I can be like, oh, see that shit right there between those two? Like, I might be a little worried about that. I'm not, but I am going to clean it up because it'll only take a second. Hopefully. Okay, which one is that? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I don't know if that actually did anything. Yeah, I don't know, all these joints look fine. A little messy, but I don't see any bridges. That is supposed to be connected, which is why it's got so much extra solder on it, because I think I lifted a pad there. Okay, well, let's try it again here. Go. White cable. Nothing. Okay, I am going to plug this into my Raspberry Pi and see. Because that I can see when it gets connected and all that good stuff. Like I can kind of with Mac, but it's so much easier to debug this on Linux. At least for me. That's just what I'm most familiar with for this kind of thing. Okay, so when I plug this in, that should... Yeah, see, it's not even detecting it as a device at all. Alright, let me try a different cable, just in case. Because who knows? Okay, that's a micro USB. Where's my other mini? This one is shorter, so I'm gonna have to do it off camera. Or maybe not. It's on camera. Yeah, see, this one isn't, I do have a meter. I'm guessing you want me to measure voltage across the pins somewhere. My biggest fear is that I have the controller on like the wrong angle, but everything I've looked at shows the dot on the controller in this left side over here. So Let's just measure voltage across this resistor, because why not? No voltage. No voltage. No voltage. How about, because this should be ground, I'm guessing. Can I get any voltage anywhere? Those are capacitors, I think. Okay, so I've got 5 volts to this capacitor here. To this input. So, cable is good. I've got 5 volts to this one. 5 volts to that. And to that. 5 volts there. XTAL lines are 16 and 17. Was there 10 pins on each side? Oh, great. Overcurrent change. Okay, hang on. I must have shorted something because the Raspberry Pi is giving me an overcurrent warning. Okay, let me actually get this out of here real quick. My hands are getting sticky because I'm getting flux on them. Eleven pins on each side, so gonna learn a lot today, maybe. Okay, so 16 and 17. So what do I do for those? Wow, is the stream that laggy? Okay, no, I think my browser might. Okay, no, it's not that bad. Okay, okay, so one pad of the crystal should connect to one of them. So check for continuity, basically. So we've got 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. So Continuity checker. So that's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. No, wait. 16, 17. Oh, okay. It's hard to see because of the silk. I mean, so I'm looking at the Faunchpad docks as they are, such as they are. Let me pull this up real quick. Sorry, hang on. Safari. So I'm looking at the docks here, and it shows the corner, the angled corner on the left, which is what I have here. So the orientation is correct. I'm reasonably certain about that. Yeah, I have no idea how to troubleshoot this. This is one reason why these have been just like this and the Gergo, because they're both the same way. They both have embedded or onboard controllers, and neither of them work. Like, I don't have either of them working. That's why, because they didn't work, and I'm like, I don't know how to troubleshoot this at all. Not even a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, let me do that real quick. One sec, just trying to get back to there. It was just this little bit right here I wanted to... There was some shmoo between these pads. Oops. Wait, what's this here? Anybody else seeing that? It looks like a little bit of solder right on the very edge of the crystal on the right. Let me just solder sucker the crystal and see what I can do. I did all these components with solder paste, so I'm wondering if there's like, it's underneath that it's bridged or something. I don't even know. I really doubt that it's going to change anything, but we'll see. Nope. Okay, that I'm gonna pop this cap off of here. If I can find my tweezers that I just had. There they are. Just take a look at this to make sure. Ugh. Alright, I think that capacitor is fine. I think the joint that it had was probably fine. Okay. I am a lot better solderer than I was when I first built this thing. So I think I'm just gonna pop all the controller components off one at a time. And resolder them and go from there. this one might be the problem. I can't tell if that's damage or if that's just solder paste, but that definitely doesn't look pretty. Like put a big solder blob on, then suck it off with the thing, or what? Suck it off with a wick. Yeah, this thing looks pretty messed up. I think I took some of the plating off there too. Ugh. And I don't know if I have extras of these. I will say I would not use paste again on this kind of setup unless I was doing like a... No, I just wouldn't use paste again. If I was doing anything where it was like, oh, I don't want to hand solder it, I'd just get a PCBA or something, because this is a mess, and I think that caused a lot of my issues that I'm having here, is trying to be clever and use paste. Okay, well, we're going to try to put this back on and see. I'm going to flip it over. Because I'm pretty sure I lifted some of the contact material off of this side. But hopefully there's still enough left to make it work. Why is that? Oh my god, these tiny components are terrible. Yeah, I'm starting to realize that paste was not what I wanted ever. Well, I at least don't have the conical tip on now. But it's really hard to get a big fat tip into the little corners on these things. So I can't heat up the pad and the component at the same time. That's why I go with a finer tip. I thought you were supposed to heat up the pad and the thing and the component, and then it would nicely adhere. Okay, I'm trying bigger blob, and I don't know if that's supposed to help with the wick part or the, like, ease the component off part or what. But I'm not having much luck with it. Like, my biggest fear is I'm going to pull up on this a little too much and it's going to lift a pad off. So I'm trying to be very gentle.
Redoutez-vous la mort? Moins que la solitude. Priez-vous? Ah oui, parce que je crois.
Damn it. Ah. No, no fireworks. Just me getting very close to needing to get a banana. Okay, let's see. God, that looks horrible. I mean, it's just flux schmoo, but it just looks like shit. Okay. Did I mention this was months ago that I put this together? Please don't judge my soldering abilities based on what I'm trying to repair, because damn. Before I get too much farther, I'm gonna just check to see if any of this has done anything. Nope. You know what? We're going to set this aside. Because I'm very close to throwing it out the window. And we're going to turn off that too. Okay. We will revisit that maybe in a little bit. But right now, I remembered that I have the foam now for my Zaphod. So I'm gonna set that up. If anybody has any guides or suggestions or anything, where to even begin troubleshooting that, why that doesn't work, besides like just resolder and keep like, you know, BOGO sorting on things that might be the problem until it works, I would love to have any resources people might want to share. Because I know nothing about troubleshooting that stuff, clearly. Yes. Alright. So I've got two different thicknesses of foam here. And I'm pretty sure I ordered a third and it never showed up. But, you know, whatever. The stuff was not expensive. So this is a little thicker than the standoffs are. And I think this is about the perfect size. But I don't know if I want to make it so this gets compressed a little bit when I put it on, or if I want to make it so it sits nicely. I think I want it so it just sits nicely because there's already going to be some compression happening from the extra bits on the bottom here, from the stuff that sticks out. So I think I'm just going to go with that. So I'll use the thinner stuff. We'll just do a very rough cut here to get a piece to work with. Okay. So I can't just trace around the edges either, because not only does this have a shelf, or not only is it inside, but there's also another shelf inside. So I'm probably not going to shoot for like perfect fit. I'm probably going to just kind of wing it a little bit, because it doesn't need to necessarily fill the whole thing. I was thinking about putting in like a layer of silicone in here. Or was that a different case? No, I think it was this one. I was thinking about putting a layer of silicone in here, but I think foam will work just fine and be a lot easier. I wish I could just cut right through here. So let's see here. Let me just actually kind of map out the corners. A little bit. It's the first time I'm trying to do this, so I'm not really sure the best approach. I'm just kind of winging it, seeing what happens. Actually, I'm going to cut this off here and here. And I'm going to put... Oh, yeah. See, I needed to go further down. Okay. And then so that it's aligned... And hopefully we'll stay in position. Just a little bit of tape. So now what I want is okay, and so there's a standoff right here. So I'm just going to do a rough cut around it to make room for it. Yeah, and I screwed that part up. That's fine. That's a great idea. I will do that next time because I don't have chalk. I was just trying to think of what else might work for that. Although this actually does seem to be working pretty decently. No, it doesn't. Oh dear. Look at all that empty space. That's what happens when I speak too soon, you know? I do have silver paint pens, Sharpies. So I could do that. But this is working okay. I mean, it's not perfect. I'm not I'm not selling this as like a product. If I was, I would probably be laser cutting it or something. I would have a stencil. At the very least. I'm kind of using the case itself as a stencil. Siri's telling me time to stand. I've been standing for an hour and 40 minutes. It almost was preventative banana time. Like, I'm gonna... Well, I guess it wasn't... It's almost preventative banana time, yes. It was almost, no, I need to stop and go get a banana time. Just a minute ago. But then I was like, wait, I can do something else. I'm gonna do something else. And instead of flailing around at a thing that I don't understand, I, you know, did this. Perfect. Absolutely and utterly flawless. Okay, now I gotta remember what temperature to use for heat sets. Set your soldering iron temperature to 200 degrees. Okay. Alright, it's at 200. Wait for that to cool down a bit. Before I put the inserts in, I should actually put the foam in, do a quick test fitting to make sure it's even going to fit at all. Shut it off. Looks fine. It's gonna have to compress a little bit, but the screws will help with that, I think. Yeah, that'll work great. And it's a lot quieter with that foam. Okay. Can I use this tip for that? No. I should have swapped the tip out while I was doing this. And as I've said before, I am not tightening this down with tool force. This is just because it's hot. And I didn't feel like waiting for it to cool down. Yeah, if you can find me a soldering iron that goes to 200 Kelvin, I'd use it. Of course, I'd probably need some sort of, like, giant water cooling. I don't know. There'd be a lot of waste heat involved. $200 Kelvin, what is that? Minus 173 Celsius? Or is it? I can never remember what the what absolute zero is in Celsius. All I know is that if I say it's minus 40 out and someone goes, is that Fahrenheit or Celsius? I can just say yes. Whoops. One of my super fancy shades for my lights fell off. Yeah, it's a UV gel. I just had polish on before, and that chipped off really quickly. So I thought I'd go for gel this time. It's also got a cat eye effect. So they take a magnet and polarize the thing. I don't know if it's easy to see, but you can kind of see there's like... It looks like it moves a little bit, and that's just because they polarized the flakes and stuff in the polish. It's pretty nice. And this stuff is hard. Like, it is... I've been not quite trying to knock it off, but definitely not being super gentle with it. And other than right at the ends where I kind of rub my fingers or whatever, like, it's pretty solid. Definitely holding on better than the last, than just the regular polish I had. Okay, do I have a bit big enough for these? Or am I gonna need us an actual screwdriver? That works. Yeah, they actually have a pretty good purple for this, I think. With this, not necessarily effect, but in the gel polish. So I might do that instead of the stuff I bought, because the gel polish, or the stuff I bought isn't gel polish. I do have it on my toes, and it lasts fine there, but if it's anything like the regular polish I had, it's just too brittle. Or not brittle, but just too fragile. It'll just come right off. There we go. Put some clothes on Zaphod. And a little bit of foam in the case. So now I need to put some bump-ons on the bottom. Gotta find some bump-ons. Yeah, I'll show the edge profile. Alright. Nice. Okay, so here's the edge of it. See if I can focus that a little bit better. And you'll note that these are not pogo pins. So when I put this together, the documentation was talking about 8 pins, and I only got 5 pogo pins in the kit that that Pete sent me. And so I thought that was wrong. Like, I just didn't know. So I just put my own sockets in there. And then, like, while I was doing that, Pete's like, oh, you only need 5. So, yeah. Anyways. But that's the edge profile. It doesn't add too much height to it. Although with the bump-ons it does. But it adds a nice, comfortable height. And protects the bottom of the board a little bit. Like, one of the things for my travel board that I'm worried about is the bottom of the board. Not so much ripping components off, but more the pointy bits of the components ripping holes in my backpack or stuff. So having I was thinking about like plastic dip or just putting foam or some other sort of coating on the bottom, but a little case like this might not be too bad of an idea. And this is 3D printed, so I should be able to print one of these myself shortly. I say shortly, like within the next month. Like I won't be printing one this weekend or probably next weekend or anything soon, but I do want to print. I do want to be able to print stuff like this. But yeah, that is my Zaphod in its case, and still with like 85% battery. I've been using this thing for weeks. Yeah, Kaz, if you end up designing one, I'd be happy to try to print it for you. Maybe we can do a little batch run or something like that. You design it, I print them, sell them to people. I don't know. Okay. What else was I gonna do today? Before I do anything else, I'm gonna get a preemptive banana. But yeah. How's everyone's weekend going so far? Yeah, you did, Ben. I gave up. I don't know what the hell is wrong with it. I got frustrated with it and decided, wait, I can do something that I can do. I can put a case on a keyboard. So Zaphod has a case now with some foam that was expertly cut with no mistakes or flaws or anything like that whatsoever. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to refill my water and get a banana. I lied. I got 2 bananas, not just one. Okay, so what to do next? So I was working on the Fisher firmware yesterday. I was trying to get it build. Or trying to get the firmware to build. And I got it to build. I got it to flash. I did the EE hands flashing. I thought maybe there was something wrong with detecting the EE hand stuff with iPad, because it wasn't working on the iPad, but it seemed to be maybe working with my Raspberry Pi. But I never could figure it out. I have a big fear that all these diodes are backward. But I feel like I've tried to bypass the diode for the switch. And that didn't work either, so I don't know, it's weird. But at least I have the firmware building. I can. Let me finish this banana. Although it's impossible to see. There. Okay, so that shouldn't pass current. And that should. So it's right. But see, I feel like the silk is wrong. I feel like because isn't it supposed to come out of the switch through the diode and into a row? This looks like it's wired up to the... Oh, no. This, never mind. So what's happening here is the diode is before the switch, not after the switch. Like, I think most boards put the diode after the switch, and that's what I'm used to. And so that's why I was thinking it might be backward, because I was like, okay, well, this is kind of the output of the switch, but there's no real input and output on the switch. Yeah, I don't know what pins are supposed to go to what, and the silk is all covered up. I really do think there's just something in the firmware. or something with it's not wanting to work with specifically with my iPad. And it's not a wired keyboard iPad problem, because I have used a wired keyboard with my iPad, and I just to double make sure, I took a keyboard, my Pinky 3 that I just had, it was sitting behind me in the museum, and I plugged that in and used it, and it worked. So I know that it works with the iPad in principle. Let me see. CRS cable. I changed the firmware so that it's the left side is the primary. Let's just give this a try, see what happens. Okay, so it comes on. Wait, Siri just said something. I haven't played around with it, but that could help. Siri, what did you just say? You think you forgot something? Uh-oh. Something that might be affecting this keyboard. Is this long enough? Okay. And also this is an Elite C. I don't know if that matters. But that makes sense. But since I can build the firmware myself, I can test that. Because that's just a change in the, what is it? In the firmware somewhere, right? So I have a silicone soldering mat. I like this better. I think it shows up better on camera, and it also scars. And I like the wear that this kind of thing gets. Because I did have the silicone mat out for a while. Mostly what I wanted out of the silicone mat was actually little dishes built into the mat that I could put components in and maybe even magnet them. And I realized I wasn't really using that. Like it was actually in so many ways better to just use some tape on a lid. Yeah, you do get less bouncing of parts, but that hasn't been a huge problem for me. I definitely wanted to protect the desk because this desk that I have is it's definitely getting some patina on it, but it's a very nice stained bamboo top. So I didn't want to hurt the desk any more than it already has been. Or at least like try to slow down some of the, because like this is my work surface for hot stuff and cutting and stuff like that. Like it's fine if that gets beat up. Or, the other wear and tear that this desk takes is fine. It's just, this is a little extra, I don't want quite so much scarring on the desk itself. So, do I have my Emacs set up on this machine yet? Yes, okay. Yeah, you can cut on the silicone. It might cut through it, but I forgot this is on my Raspberry Pi, so it's really slow. DDR8, is that what I need to... Oh no, FCPU. There we go. Yeah, FCPU, that should be like 5, right? Instead of 8. $16. Six, one, two, three. All right, well that's going. I'm gonna work on the other banana. Well, that was quick. Okay. It's hilarious. I'm building that on one of the slowest machines that I own and copying it to my Mac Mini to flash it. Okay. Reset and ground. Shows up in QMK firmware. Boom. Well, that's promising. It popped up in Mac OS and was like, hey, do you want to make this a keyboard? Aha. So I think I need to also disable OLED support because it is working, but it's laggy. But that might also be because the I2C resistor's on the other side. So let me reflash the other side real quick. But we just made some progress. So I will take that. Okay. Reset the ground. Flash. Okay. So one thing I noticed, the LEDs are showing up red now instead of green. It's partly hard to tell on video. So that might have been a clue. Okay. Do we have to... Holy crap. Okay. Where's space? Space? I don't know where space is. Do we have a working board? That was the missing piece. This one? No. Oh. Wait, and that's right. So the right thumb keys aren't working because they're not soldered. God, this tip hasn't been used in years. I wonder if it's even... The only thing that that I have on the iron right now has been used for in years is heat set inserts, because it's big. It's a big chunky boy. Well, it's got a nice tin on it. One thing that gets me is when I put my hand on this board, I want to put my pinky here. And my pinky should be down here. And that, I think, is just an artifact of how I've used keyboards for years and years and years. And also the fact that, like, I'm in a constrained space, so I can't quite get my hands where they're supposed to be. I say constrained space. Constrained because I'm trying to get both halves in shot. But, yeah. By the way, the circles on the silk indicate recommended bump-on positions. Okay. Very cool. I was wondering what those were. So, do... Okay, that's backspace. Whoops, that's enter. Space. Space on the right thumb key is not working. Oh no, there it is. Oh wait, okay, that's enter. Okay. There we go. Do we... But it's only working intermittently for some reason. I bet this is because of the OLED thing. Whoops. Ah, this is really hard to type with, especially because, like I said, I think I need to disable the OLED in the firmware. Oh. There we go. Cool. That makes me really happy. I'm very pleased. Since now I can build the firmware, now the keyboard, you know, it works and we've tested it and stuff. This is going to get my, at least part of my key map on it. I'm still working on porting my combos and stuff back to QMK. I'm having weird issues with it, but yeah. One or two of the top switches might also not have been soldered. Everything is soldered as far as I can tell. The only things I can't see are behind the controllers, but I soldered those first because I knew that I wouldn't be able to fix them later. Whoops. Terminal is still in the way. Good eye. Good eye. Oh, and I did miss one of the joints here. I mean, it was soldered, but it just had the tack solder on. There we go. Wow, your memory is fantastic. That was, what, 6 days ago? 5 days ago? Yeah, I figure I can make them little macro keys or something. I've always wanted to have like a shitpost keyboard that it's all macros that just shitpost things, so there or copy pasta or something like that. So like there's the, you know, Darth Plagueis the Wise on one key or something like that. So you just hit it and then it'll scroll it out. I did make a macro pad that it's a Romac Plus, and I have it programmed so it does all emojis, but it does emojis using the Slack method of doing emojis, so like colon and the name of the emoji and then another colon. But it also hits enter afterward, and there's a weird timing issue with Slack where it'll send the message before completing the emoji. It's really bizarre, or it like picks the emoji and then there's a colon after it, or I don't remember exactly what the problem was, but it was, yeah. Oh, nothing to be sorry about. I would have discovered that at some point when I tried to use the key, and I'm like, hey, what the hell? Or maybe not, because those aren't maps to anything. So, yeah, but this is cool. I really like. So, in a couple weeks, we're having the Portland Keyboard Club, which I just found out about like 2 weeks ago, I want to say, week and a half ago, that it exists and it's a thing. We're having a meetup, and I feel like the weird person who has all the weird keyboards, because everyone has like boring rectangles, and I'm over here with like 500 ergo split boards. So I'm going to be representing the low profile and ergo split folks. But this is one of the boards I'm going to be taking with me. I'm really glad that it works because I can actually demo it, or I can actually have people type on it. I'm going to put caps on it. Obviously, I need to do that. In fact, let me grab some caps while it's hot. I just rearranged everything and now I can't find any. So I'm going to bring, I call it my Reviung army at this point, because I think I have 4 of them. Or at least I have PCBs for 4 of them, and 3 of them are built. I'm going to bring my Zaphod, my Aho Core, and this. This is definitely coming because I think this is such a neat design. Like, I don't know. I really love this board. Yeah, I'm gonna bring the Bastel. I really need to fix the LEDs before I do that. But maybe we'll do that here in a minute as soon as I get some caps on. Oh, I melted that cap or that switch a little bit somehow. Jesus. It's under the cap. Nobody will ever know. So yeah, I'm gonna bring the Reviung army. This Zaphod, Ahokori, probably the Bastille, and I'd love to bring the Faunchpad if I can get it working and get ARTSEY set up on it. But if I can't, I'm not going to be too hurt about it. Wow, yeah, that is very, very close. Because chalk spec is 17 millimeters, isn't it? But you were just like, well, let's see what we can get out of MBK caps. I don't know if I even have any more white homing keys. My caps were or my keyboard stuff was so horribly unorganized. I didn't realize that I have like four of these things just full of MBKs. What am I doing? Whoops. I also have something like 20,000 chalk robins. Okay, maybe not 20,000, but probably like 100, 150. Just so much stuff. Let me try to find a homing cap. There's one. Yeah, Adam, that's really one of the things that I like the most about this board is it's like, wow, this is the first time I've seen anything like that. And there's so much potential in there that it's like, I wonder what someone else might come up with. Or even, you know, what the next thing that has this concept is going to be. Just so much potential in here. And that's one of the reasons I want to take it to the meetup, is because I want to be like, hey, look at this awesome concept. Like, Super, super cool. Okay, so that is a Zaphod paste and a working Fisher. I kind of really want to build this. Now that I've got my nice nanos in, like I didn't think they were going to get here until Monday, but they're here. I kind of want to put this together. It won't take super long. How long have we been going? Well, tell us all about it, Dennis. 2.5 hours? Okay. I'm gonna get started on this anyways, unless somebody else is like, wait, no, go back to the thing, or let's see, whatever. I'm just gonna get cracking on this. Yeah, this one pretty much completes the set. Because this is TBK Mini Revyon. This one is by Cyril again. It's got some really cool... I think this is a motorcycle chain. It looks a little too wide to be a bicycle chain. But it has a power switch and pads, this time through-hole pads for the battery, which is really nice. Because the pads that were on the Revyon LP were great, like good. They exist, but they were kind of hard to solder onto because of just, you know, soldering a wire onto a flat pad. So these are through-hole, which makes it a little easier. I can't find these with like JST connectors or anything like that, so it's like, well, through hole it is. Yeah, so I don't know if these diodes will fit. Oh yes, they will. Okay, great. So we've got that. We've got a nice nano. And, oh, I wanted to check one thing. Is there... Can I put... Yes. So this is going to be nice because I can put the diodes on top. And they'll slide right inside the case here. So the only thing on the bottom will be the switches. No diodes exposed on the bottom. Great. Beautiful. Let's get cracking on this thing. Oh, nice. Yeah, I like that idea that a PCB is also a plate for the next thing up. You know, I tend to run plateless builds, but like to use the other switches on the lower level as like structural component, that's really clever. That's really neat. If you ever, or when you get around to making that, the terrace, let me know. I would like to build one because that just seems cool as hell. I will beta test or whatever you need. tweezers. Got my fat tweezers. Where are my pointy tweezers? Pointy tweezers. Here we go. I'm trying something here. Instead of peeling this back and letting them fall randomly, I'm gonna try to put them in a line. Ugh. Nah, whatever. There was an attempt. Alright, and since Crides was harassing me to use a fatter tip, that is, I'm pretty sure, the tip that came with the soldering iron when I bought it 6-7 years ago. And it is the fattest tip that I have. And I'm going to solder some surface mount diodes with it. So we'll see. Yeah, it's definitely not flat. Are you saying I can solder both pads at once? Like, tin both pads, put the component on, and just boop boop real quick? Because it'll heat both of them sufficiently? Because that'd be kind of cool. Whoops. Okay, come on. Come on, get in there. Why is that not sticking? There. Just boop. Single boop. Huh. But you need a really fat tip for that. Because it's got to basically bridge both pads, right? Like, this isn't quite big enough for that. I may have to find a fatter tip for this then. So are you saying get like a big fat chisel tip? Because then it'll go flat down against the board. I will say this is actually working really nicely for these diodes. Because I just slide the solder right under the tip. And it just sucks it right in there. Knife tips? Okay. So you would then come at the solder, come at it from the side here. Because I have I don't know if it's a knife tip, but I have one of these, like, conical tips that's got a cutoff. Hard to see. And I don't want to screw around with the focus. Is that a knife tip? Or is that something else? I don't know what that tip is called. Because that one is just about big enough to bridge across those two pads. So I could try that right now. Was that nope to me or was that nope to Ben? To me, okay. Yes, this is the Chalk V2 board. I failed to fix one board, I fixed another board, and I finished the, or I put the case on the Zaphod. And then I was like, you know, I want to build this Revion. Because it'll go quick and, you know, end the stream on a high note instead of, like, completely flailing at the Faunchpad some more. Gonna try to do a little more research on, like... Yeah, exactly, Ben. I'm gonna try to do a little research on how to troubleshoot embedded controller builds, because I have no freaking clue what I'm doing. But it's good, because I'm hoping to... With the build that or the board that I end up designing, it'd be nice to have an embedded controller. So I should probably kind of know some things about some things. I mean, for all I know, it works perfectly fine. It just doesn't have a bootloader flashed or something. Like, I don't know. Pretty sure Jane flashes those. Or they come pre-flashed with a bootloader, but I don't know even how to know that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's basically how the internet works, is someone was like, yep, this is, I'm gonna go work on something else. But that thing they were working on is still running. And then it falls on my team to keep it running. Oops, am I jaded? Yeah, I have a feeling legacy systems are going to be my bread and butter at some point. Kind of like those neckbeards who work on COBOL and stuff like that for banks. And I say neckbeard in that particular instance as a, not a pejorative, but as a, not diminutive, you know, an honorific. I'll come back in be 20 years and be like, yeah, I know Kubernetes. I can run that. $20,000 an hour. 40,000 after hours. Work like 2 days a year. I mean, I can almost do that now, but kind of enjoying this whole, what is your job? I build keyboards on the internet. How much does it pay? I haven't gotten paid yet. Actually, I take that back. I have gotten paid for building a keyboard. And I have a bill that I need to send to Thomas for building keyboards that I will do one of these days. Once I get unlazy. I gotta dig up my shipping receipts and stuff like that. Okay, those are all the diodes. All the diodes. Oh yeah, so that keyboard is from, I keep forgetting their name. From Tappy, T-A-P-I, in the Discord. Sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, from Tappy. So, it turns out that if you stick to 17 switches or less, you don't need diodes, because each switch gets its own unique combination or something. It gets its own pin on the controller, so you don't need diodes. And this is 17 switches on each side, so that's why you don't need diodes, and that's really cool. I didn't know that, so I learned something. And that's on a Pro Micro footprint. So apparently you can get more if you have access to the pins directly. Like if you have an embedded controller or something. Okay, these are these diode holes are a little tighter. Nope, they're fine. I will say one thing though. That bums me out a little bit. Cyril. Oh no, wait, no, it's not Cyril's fault. I take it back. It's not Cyril's fault. These do not have PCB mount pins on them. Why not? I thought Chalk V2s did. Huh. Maybe because that third pin they don't? So never mind. It's not Cyril's fault. I take it back. Yeah, and I may be building a Ferris sweep soon. Someone wants to commission me to do it. They're like, how much would it cost? And I was like, oh, it doesn't even have diodes? Like, you mean I just need to solder 34 switches and 2 controllers? $20? I don't know. Like, that would take me like half an hour to build that board. So that might be happening soon. I did actually, so when I got my nice nanos, I had someone who wanted me to build them a chalk corn with nice nanos. But, you know, they were waiting on... I was like, well, you know, I don't know when the nanos are going to be coming out. I've heard soon. So, whatever. And when the nanos got announced and they were up and live, I was, like, sitting there with them in my cart. And I was like, hey, do you want white PCBs or black PCBs? They didn't say anything to me. You know, I only waited a few minutes and I just said, screw it. I'm going to pull the trigger, get these, get my nanos, boom, done. And then I came back later and they're like, oh, I'm actually going with something different. So if you know anybody who wants a chalk corn with nice nanos, I have one that I'd be willing to sell because, I have an extra one. So it's either that or I'm going to put it up on Mech Market or something, but we'll see. How do I want to do this? Ugh. Fuck. Hate it when switches don't stay in their place. So I actually have a Ferris Bling that I was thinking about building yesterday, but then someone was like, "Oh, you need a hot plate for it because you've got a ground, like a ground plane under the MCU and the LED controller or something like that." And I don't have that. So I was like, oh, I can't do it. But then someone else was like, actually, you don't really need that. And I'm thinking if I just slab a little glob of paste on there, that might be enough to make at least the electrical contact part work. So we'll see. I'm going to play around with it. So that might be coming soon. It's going to be annoying. How did I do this when I built my Chalk V2 core? I definitely didn't do it switch by switch. So what I think I'm going to do here is put in the switches in the corners. Well, no, because that's not... I don't know. I mean, I could... Wait, I can cheat. Because I can just bend these legs a little bit. Maybe. Well, so, sorry. When I said build it without it, I don't mean without the RGB. I mean without the solder under the ground or under the bottom of the controller. I'm not sure the exact details of why or how that's possible. Yeah, that's a pain in the ass. I'm not going to do this for every Switch. But that's just what someone mentioned on Discord yesterday. But I am also wondering if I can just slab some paste under there, because the paste itself is conductive. It came with 4. I could probably do something like that. What I'm going to try to do is just get the corners of the board first, so that at least when I flip it over, it's level. So get these two and maybe this one here. I'm gonna put one up in here. Just to get a little extra stability. Are you talking about the teeny surface mount ones? Because I don't think those are generally available yet. But I am curious about them for sure. My main curiosity about them is, can you get them tactile without clicking? Because I prefer quiet switches, but I need tactile. And I know you can turn them into linears by removing their click bars. But I think that's also where the tactility comes from, is the click bar. They're almost certainly meant for OEMs. Not necessarily for mere mortals. See, I think once I have the corners leveled like this, I can do fun stuff like slide it. Whoops. Slide an index card. And that should be good enough. And then do the trick where you just solder one leg. So that way if it's wrong, it's easier to maneuver into position. Yeah, those all look good. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, like, I would like to get my hands on one of the new Magic keyboards from Apple that has the Touch ID sensor in it, because I want to harvest the Touch ID sensor out of one. And just to see what it even looks like, or... Because how awesome would that be to have, like, here's my custom mechanical keyboard with Touch ID. Because you gotta imagine it's just talking raw HID to the computer, right? So, should work? I guess. I'm not really sure. I wonder if it's possible to get the spec sheets for them early so you could have like a PCB ready to go. They are surface mount only, as far as I understand, and the pads are underneath the switch. So you would have to have a heater, you know, an oven or a hot plate set up for it. Well, they're lower profile than MXs. They take MX keycaps, at least a portion of them. Although since I don't use a plate that takes even more of them. And they are more tactile than the browns are more tactile than the Chalk V1 browns. And I want tactility and quiet. So while I currently use clickies to get the tactility, in the long term I would prefer not to do so. And I have a Chalk V2 brown, or Chalk V2 corn, that I really enjoy. Like, it's just a pleasure to type on.
Come to me, please. Take your pick.
I screwed that one up. For me, the biggest value proposition, though, is definitely the tactility. Like, I really like the MBK caps. I think they're very nice, both in terms of comfort and in terms of quality and all that good stuff. But it's why I also hopped all over the GTMX switches, which are the new, the kind of the prototypes for the Gazoo version that'll come out at some point. I have them on this Reviung, but they're a little too loud for me, and also there's the infamous tick some of them have. Like, they need some modification and some quality improvements. Yeah, the Gazoos. They're like, they're GTMX though. They're not Gazoo yet. Gazoo didn't want to put his name on these just yet because they're not quite up to his quality specs. But they're kind of like a, okay, let's see what the response is from people. And, you know, their popularity, which ones should we run, what problems are going to come up and stuff like that. So that's why they're also put out really cheap. They're like 35 cents a piece or something like that. So I'm definitely keeping an eye on those. But this board is now permanently those, because these were such a pain in the ass to get in, and I had to pull one of them out, or a couple of them out, because I bent legs trying to put them in. Yeah, I'm not going to ever bother to try to take that apart again. it's just permanent. Might as well solder the switches in. And that is one of the complaints that came up, was that the corners are a little tight, or really tight, so they're hard to push in. There's like some material that gets pushed off, and some people are like, oh, that's just the plate being wrong. But at the same time, it's like, well, if there are enough people running into this problem, maybe we should work around it. Like, it's to spec, but it's kind of like, do you want to be right, or do you want to sell these? Because if they're like this, people aren't going to want to buy them. You know, maybe they're not, maybe the plate is actually to blame, but if you can do a thing to change it. The only real downside, though, is because of the way it is, since it's extra material, to fix that, you have to put material back into the mold, which is a lot harder than, you know, milling out a little bit of extra in the mold or something like that. But it sounds like there might be a retool in the works for a number of reasons anyways, so that'll just be part of that. And also they're very much acknowledging, like, okay, yeah, we hear you. It's not just me. Like, there are other people having that same problem. Because they're, you know, I think I was one of the first people to really put them in a board. Because I ordered them right away, and they shipped really fast. So I was one of the first people to get them into a board, and I was like, wow, those are a pain in the ass to put in. So I was like, I don't know if it's the plate. But anyways, I am looking forward to seeing what comes next in that project or development or whatever. Okay. Yeah, I kept calling them Gazoo switches, the Gazoo new ones, and MK Ultra was like, no. To be clear, these are GTMX. So that's why I try to correct people on it as well, just because, yeah. Okay. I have a lot more of these than I thought. So I am going to switch back to a smaller chisel tip for this next bit, for putting the controller on, just because, well, I'm going to try the chisel tip, because normally I use a conical tip, and that has problems just transmitting enough heat, because the header legs have a lot of thermal mass and take a lot to heat up, and so it can be problematic. But the chisel tip that I have is a little bigger, so it's got a little more heat conduction, possibly. Yes, this is my first build with a nice Nano 2, at least. I'm not the first one to get theirs. Other people definitely have them. But here's my shiny, nice Nano V2.0. Oh, and one other thing Cyril did, which I thank him very much for, is on this design, the nice Nano goes face up. 2 reasons I love that. 1, you get to see the nice Nano logo, and I really like that logo. I wish there was something on the back. Like, that'd be cool to have something on the back. But 2, and most importantly, because it sits better on top of the battery. It just fits. I can get it flusher with it just lower, I like it better. So, yes. Now before I solder anything, I want to check some fitment stuff. Can I do this and get the wires in the holes? I don't think so. If I do this, I need to tuck these back in here somehow. Okay, but we'll see. I'm not soldering the controller just yet, just the headers. Yeah, I never socket my controllers. I'm lazy. It'll bite me one of these days. But for now, I don't socket my controllers. I mean, it kind of has already bitten me. What is it? Where is it? It has already bitten me. If I had socketed this, this would already be fixed. But the sockets are worth more than the sum of all of the rest of the parts of this board. Not gonna socket that. I don't believe so. Because the battery has dedicated holes. I solder it on the bottom of the board. And I make sure I can push the battery out before, you know, it's not pressed on there so much that I can't get the battery out. I just really don't like using diode legs for fucking sockets. It's just... Twist my arm. Twist my arm. And these pins are probably not long enough with the battery under it, but I'll try them. But okay, you've convinced me. I will socket. No. It's not that it's unfun. I wish there was a better leg situation than diode legs. Because those diode legs, they make it really hard to get the controllers off. And it's not just the diode legs problems, you know, with these little pins too, but they bend super easily. And I just feel like there's got to be a better way that we haven't discovered yet. Like a zero insertion force or something. But that didn't work. Pro tip, that is hot. And I'm about to burn myself. Like, intentionally. Not intentionally burn myself, but like, do something that is going to burn me. And I know it's going to burn me, but I'm going to do it anyways. Because this socket popped up a little bit. So I was going to try to heat it. Shit. Yeah, I have plenty of diode legs. After doing 4 Kyrias with through-hole diodes, plus the 3 that I built on my own for myself, I have diode legs for years at this point. So many diode legs. This is what I was looking for. Speaking of bananas, I recently commissioned an artist who happens to be Purse on the PERCE. She might still be in here. She was here earlier. Purse on the Absalem Club keyboard or Discord to do some artwork for me. And one of the things that came up in our discussion was to put a banana in the art somewhere, because it's becoming kind of a thing, like the frustration banana or whatever. And also just banana for scale, but, you know, just to kind of have a banana in there would be fun. But more importantly, I'm gonna have a proper like logo for the channel and stuff. The one that I have right now that I have on YouTube is something Kaz made. It's some clip art that he kind of threw together. It's a little heart with a kitchen overlaid on it, and it's awesome. I love it. But I wanted something that was more keyboardy themed. And S'mores was like, hey, you should reach out to Purse, because she did my avatar or my profile pic, and she's awesome, and she is just slaying it with this art. So hopefully that will get finished up right around the same time that I launched my Discord. And I'm gonna try to theme the website a little bit and get some better linkage there, so that like if you actually go to gboards.kitchen, you can go to my YouTube channel instead of getting there and being like, okay, well, there's like 4 keyboards that he's built, really? Just doing a little bit of work on that, and then launching the Discord as well. Hopefully that'll all kind of wrap up together at the same time. I'm really excited about it. I had been in talks with another artist previously, but she had to back out for reasons, and I was bummed because she had some really amazing ideas too. But I guess all that being said as well, if you know of anybody who has artistic talents and is in the keyboard community, and the reason I want someone specifically in the keyboard community is because, like, I want someone who I can say, like, keyboard kitchen. I want a countertop with a bowl with switches in it and caps, and there's, like, stuff in the background, and they can run with it. Like, the first artist I talked to, she had an idea of, like, putting Kyria halves in the toaster and having them pop out and all that good stuff. I was just like, this is amazing. This is why I wanted someone in the keyboard community. So if you know of anybody who is in the keyboard community and has artistical talents and would maybe like to do some commissioned art, I'm at this point mostly looking for just more themed art than necessarily like any branding kind of stuff. So like here, run with this and see, you know, put a cat in there somewhere and I'll be happy, right? Like just to have almost like fan art, but you know, they don't have to be a fan. Do I even have fans? But you know, that kind of style where it's just kind of like, here you go, like run with this theme. I'd be very interested to talk to that person. Okay. Nah, Board Source had some last I checked, but I haven't looked. Let me see. Oh, that keyboard is not plugged in. Huh. Wow, Board Source is out of them. Holy crap. That's crazy. Well, I'm glad I bought as many as I did, because wow. I mean, there's part of me that also just wants to kind of promote artists in the keyboard community, artists and designers and stuff in the keyboard community, so. But really a big portion of it is I can be like, here, I'm gonna pay you some money to like geek out in ink about keyboard stuff. And also put a cat and make it kitchen themed, and we're cool, right? Like works for that end, but damn it. Okay, and that's one reason I don't like these pins, because they like to just eject themselves from my tweezers. And once they've done that, they're gone. Except that one just spontaneously came back. It must have been stuck to my hand. Kiaboos. Well, it does fit. Oh, well, it kind of... I was gonna say it does fit because shorten that it's Keebs, so weeaboo and weebs. But Keebs are the keyboard themselves, not the enthusiasts. I don't know. I'll let it slide. Yeah, I need to use diode legs for this. Okay. Are these magnetic? Yes, good. Yeah, for diode legs, I use these because they have serrations on the legs. Yeah, see, I have plenty of diode legs. And even some resistor legs in here, but those are actually pretty easy to find because they're thicker. And I throw them out when I find them because they will screw up these sockets. What am I doing? Battery, controller. Where'd my magnet stick go? I swear, I put something down and it's just immediately gone. Well, we're off to a good start. Oh, maybe that's already all the way in. Yeah, because these are the corners, so they've already had pins put in, so they're already stretched out a little bit. I believe that is the Weller lockout pen, yeah. I certainly used it as that when I switched my soldering iron to Celsius. So whether or not it's the official Weller lockout pen tool, it certainly worked as that. But I'm fairly certain that's what it is. Okay. Okay. Oh, you kidding me? Come on now. There we go. I am kind of curious why Weller decided to use a magnet-activated switch inside there instead of some sort of like just an actual switch or like a little slider. I don't know. I mean, it probably has to do with you probably only ever use it once and you want it to stay that way. But that just seems kind of weird. I don't know. Because you definitely would not want to have it in software, so to speak, because then you have to store it somehow and, you know, whatever. Like maybe you turn your iron on one day and the power went out, or your CMOS battery equivalent went dead, and now your soldering iron reads Fahrenheit or Celsius instead of Fahrenheit. So you turn it up to 600 degrees and burn the shit out of something. Because 600 Celsius is way hot. I mean, since this is a moderately commercial grade soldering iron, like definitely on the prosumer end of things. But it's not even a sensor. I think it's an actual physical switch inside the thing. Inside the machine. I don't know. I mean, there is an indicator on the display of Celsius versus Fahrenheit. So if you turned it on and it said 300 degrees, there's a little dot that says whether it's Fahrenheit or Celsius. Although I will say I've never looked for that dot. So it's possible that I would just see, because I would just see the number and want to turn it up. And I don't use my iron so much that, or rather I should say, I use my iron infrequently enough that I don't necessarily know what I had the temperature set to previously. I also don't understand, they're like, they're apparently soldering stations, fancy ones that have built-in networking capabilities. so you can like pixie boot your soldering iron. I don't get that. Like, what are you configuring? But also, my soldering needs are simple. I need a wand with a tip and a temperature and an on-off switch. Like, it's really simple. Like, I'm not in an industrial setting, so maybe in an industrial setting you need the fancy pixie boot soldering irons. I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm it always makes me curious, some of these technical decisions that I see. Or like if I'm out hiking, I've seen where there's like a strategically placed hole in the trail with a drain pipe through it. And I'm like, some engineer looked at that and was like, the water needs to go here. Like, right here. It needs to come down right here. And this is on like a low traffic trail. But, you know, there's history behind that hole. Someone made a decision to put it there. It wasn't just randomly placed or like, oh, there's holes like that every 50 feet. No, it's like this particular point needs a drain hole for water, you know, for drainage and erosion control purposes and stuff. I mean, just because it's connected to a network doesn't necessarily mean it has to be able to reach the internet. Yeah, for a long time I was very resistant to having any kind of smart light bulbs or anything like that, because I was like, you know, I really don't want my light bulbs DDoSing the internet. But then I looked into, you know, how some of those protocols work anyways. At least the one, the Zigbee protocol. And I'm like, okay, it's pretty secure. It doesn't, you know, it's not like it routes traffic to the internet or something. But I definitely don't want Wi-Fi in my fucking washing machine. Or my fridge. Washing machine I could actually see would be useful because I can get a push notification on my phone when it's done with the cycle, which actually is legit, like, useful, but and one of these days I do want to make a keyboard that has built-in Wi-Fi, so I can write a little Twitter client, so I can tweet directly from my keyboard without any other internet or any other computer, because I think that'd just be a fun demo. Yeah, as far as links, I tried to look into why links don't work on the channel. are in the chat. They look like they're supposed to. They clearly don't. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I will revisit it at some point. But also to some degree, it's less of an issue because I'm probably going to have my own Discord soon. So we can just have that be an extension of stream chat. Are you talking about the Raspberry Pi 400? Because that thing is really, really, really freaking cool. I think that is a fantastic idea. It's great for like entry-level things or, you know, a computer for a kid, because it's like, here's a computer. It's a full-fledged Linux computer. You know, it's not the most powerful thing in the world, but it'll browse the web and you can play around with stuff with a built-in keyboard, and you plug it into HDMI and power, and there you go. Like, it's just, I think it's a really great idea. And it's cheap. It's like what, like $100? Yeah, essentially a modern Commodore 64, exactly. I think it's fantastic. Brain. Okay. So we want negative on the left. I mean, the Commodore 64 was the first computer for a lot of people. I never had one. My first computer that I used with any regularity was an Apple IIe. And then my school got Mac LC2s. We got a lab of them. There were 4. It had Microsoft, not Office. Or it might have had Office. But it had Microsoft Creative Writer, which was, I think, mainly geared for educational things. But I remember it having a cursive font, and I type for a living. My handwriting is awful. When I was in 3rd grade, my handwriting was no better than it is today. And since they were like, oh, hey, you know, you're supposed to be learning cursive, it means you need to turn your homework in cursive, I would just go type it up and print it out in cursive. I mean, they knew, obviously, I didn't write it. But the joke was that, like, I wrote it, you know, I did it in cursive. And the fun thing is, the teachers kind of let me get away with it because, you know, they were encouraging me to be interested in the computers and stuff like that. Like, it was overall positive thing, and they knew my handwriting was terrible. And probably wasn't going to get any better in any sort of like reasonable time frame. Now I see the product ID B081LD349F. I normally don't see links when people link it. Now it's after the grips, tips grip flat. Way after. Okay, so I want to put the battery in first. Then solder the wires, then try to stuff the wires in somewhere. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. It's not like it... I mean, I don't see any kind of indication that it was held for moderation or anything. You know what? I bet it is. So, I don't know if I saw that message. I changed my chat from top chat to live chat. And by I changed my chat, I mean in my chat interface for me, for my visibility, not like for the channel. Because I thought maybe it had gotten buried because of something like that. I don't know. Like top chat when there's 5 people watching the stream doesn't make sense. When there's 5,000 people watching the stream, okay. But if there's 5,000 people watching the stream, I'm probably not looking at chat very much. Because I'm busy doing whatever, and I have mods watching chat. Yeah, I always forget it's a thing. Okay. Positive. I need to slide this down just a bit. Okay. here. Don't actually want any of these. Hello, Bruno. Welcome. I love it. Okay, I don't know if this is enough to fill this board, but we'll see. Keep the grays for the outer edge. My desire for symmetry is going to drive me crazy here. Okay. Is that enough caps? 4, 6, 8, 10, 16, 18, 20. No, we're like 8 short. But that's fine. Because I can fill from a couple of places. Oh no, wait. We're not quite 8 short. So we still have these. Which are, of course, going to go in the WASD position. Get at least like a tab key or something out of that. And then, of course, the win button. Because you got to have a win button. Right? You just push that and win. Okay. God, look at all the cherries. Or the fruits. Kind of feel like the Tetris pieces should go on the bottom. Oh wait, but there's only 3 of them. Damn it. There's only 3 of them? Okay. Oh, and I need homing keys, which... No, I don't need homing keys. Decisions. So, triangle, square, X, circle, close enough. Put one of the mushrooms there, I guess. I kind of wish these were facing each other, but I know, like... they're on the same team, so it wouldn't make sense, I guess. Okay, we're gonna do fruit on the outer edges. Ah. Okay. So one of the downsides of Chalk V2 switches is some caps will get stuck on the housing. So I need to trim a little bit under this cap. Not a big deal. Win. So close. Now the question is, do I want... Oh, no, it's too big for there. That looks like it's crooked. There. Okay, now I hope Cyril made the layout of this board the same or compatible, like the wiring and stuff compatible with the Reviung LP, because I can just flash the Reviung LP firmware on here, which is what I'm about to try. Oh, and I should turn this on. There. Hang on, what did I screw up? You mean the internal differences on the nice Nano? Maybe. I didn't realize that was a thing, that you had to change your target somehow. I haven't looked at anything with the nice Nano V2s. I just assumed they were pretty much drop in. Okay, well, I'll have to mess around with the firmware later then. Let me clean up here and wrap things up while this is charging. I'm excited about this. I need to do some, you know, some modding of some caps and maybe switches, because, you know, we've got some switches or caps that stick down. But that stuff's easy. You just, inside it just hits the housing. You just gotta kind of... Okay. And that's definitely not gonna get confusing, because I have 3 different Revyungs with nice Nanos. One with a nice Nano, or 2 of them with a nice Nano V1, but they use different shields, basically. And then this one, which is the nice Nano V2, which is the same shield as one of the other ones. Yeah, definitely the matrix of things that I have is... gonna be tricky to reason about, but shouldn't be that big of a deal. Just gotta figure out how to make it work. Okay. So that is a Revyung 41 with chalk mini switches. And I really, really like that all of the diodes are inside the switches, because those little glass ones, they're a little bit more fragile than I would like for having them be completely exposed. And I'm gonna fix up the wiring up here at some point. I might try to flush cut these and get them a little smoother. I mean, the bumps are gonna stick out from the bottom of the switch, so I can't make this completely flat, but I'm not necessarily wanting to. I just want to kind of smooth off these sharp, pointy bits, just so they don't scratch things or tear things up. But this is exciting. I'm stoked. This is so getting so close to being like end game ready for me. I do want to, again, try to figure out a pointer device. That's obviously not this one that's going to fit in here, but I have a couple of smaller ones. I'm not even really going to try to mod this one necessarily. I'm just, in general, like I'd like to figure out a pointer device. Because it'd be awesome, because like I use my keyboards now primarily with an iPad. So the iPad has touch display and stuff like that. But the one thing that is still absolutely horrifying garbage on the iPad is selecting and highlighting text. It's just the worst user experience that can possibly exist. It's terrible. And I just realized that has a homing nub on it completely by accident, which means I have probably another one somewhere that also has a homing nub, so I'm going to try to find it. But anyways, like completely terrible experience. But a little touchpad, like if I had a little touchpad, that's all I would need, because I don't need, because like the actual Mac touchpad and all that stuff has multi-touch and all that stuff. If I want to do multi-touch gestures, I just put my hand on the screen. But if I want to highlight some text, it'd be really nice to be able to go slide the pointer over there, grab it, because if I use a mouse or a touchpad with the iPad, selecting text is just normal. It's just like selecting text anywhere else. Really straightforward. So it'd be awesome to have that. I'm going to play around with that. I don't have a lot of confidence that I'm gonna make it work, but I'm gonna give it a try. At the very least, I have some hardware, and if I give up on it, I'll probably try to find a good home for that hardware for someone else who wants to take a try at it or something. But yeah, all that stuff, the 3D printer, everything. Look forward to that in future streams. I'm getting really excited about all this stuff, and I'm really excited about with the 3D printer being able to like go, hey, so I don't like this angle. I want more of a Zaphod angle, but I want 5 keys, and I want harder pinky stagger. Oh, and I want a pointer, and I want it separated out. I can change all the variables, all the parameters of the board, and like within a day or so, print out a new case, move my hand wire build over to it, and start using it right away. Rather than having to wait for JLC to print my boards, because it's not at that point necessarily like the money thing. Because yeah, doing a bunch of prototypes and spending $25 each time, whatever. It's more about the rapid turnaround. Being able to just like shit out a print would be awesome. Plus, then I can do fun stuff like printing out little macro pads or whatever. I don't know. I'm gonna have some fun with it. I'm looking forward to it. That will probably be. I'll probably stream that sometime in early August. Putting the 3D printer together and getting it up and tuned. Yeah, my next stream will probably be Monday, and I had something. What was I gonna do? I don't know, but I'm gonna try to stream on Monday. Should tell us more about shitting out prints. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Cool. Well, thank you all for hanging out. It's been a lovely afternoon. I'm gonna go get some food. Wow, it's been 4.5 hours, and I'm not like dead exhausted. So yeah. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to see, or if you're like, oh hey, have you heard about this build? Primarily, I like unibody splits or splits. Boring rectangles are not really my jam, mostly because I don't want to use them. I don't want to use a row staggered keyboard, but if there's something particularly clever about one, I'd like to hear about it. Oh, yes, one of the things I want to 3D print is a banana macro pad, so I'll be doing that at some point. Yeah, anyways, thank you all for hanging out. Have a great weekend, have a great afternoon, and see you later.